68.
It is 6:31, November 19, 2024. It's a regular meeting. 1A, announcement that this meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. We do have a quorum. Item 1B, we'll start with the pledges to the United States flag and Texas flags, followed by a moment of silence. And tonight we have a student, Roxanne Diaz from MBLC, who will lead us in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Roxanne. Now we'll have a moment of silence. And now we'll move to item 1C, Superintendent announcements.
Good evening, trustees and audience members. I would like to start, although we just had a moment of silence, with this additional brief moment of silence for one of our own. Barnes Middle School teacher Chris Martinez passed away this week, and I would like to take a moment to remember him, his family, and his Barnes family. I hope you will join me in keeping the Martinez family in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you to everyone who attended the town hall last night. I appreciate your time. Thank you to everyone who submitted their questions. We know there is work to be done. To all Seguin ISD families, I promise that our staff is working to provide our students and campus staff with the resources they need and to learn how we can better serve our families. Last night's town hall meeting was a first step to gathering input and feedback from the community. We will continue to look for ways to continue this conversation. This is still a busy time for our district. It's not usually ever not busy, with great things happening around Seguin ISD. Last week, we did receive an A on the Texas Education Agency School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, also known as FIRST. That rating is based on our annual financial report for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Congratulations to our Matador Theater students who participated in the Texas Thespian Festival over the weekend. Several students are even national qualifiers. The theater talent runs deep in Seguin. Our AJB theater students won first place in the Texas Tiny Towns contest earlier this month. Congratulations and thank you to the students at both AJB and Barnes for representing Seguin ISD. Seguin was also well represented in the all-region choirs at the middle and high school levels. Our district had 14 students earn a spot to perform with both choirs. We are Matador proud of all of you. Congratulations to our Matador volleyball and football teams for making the playoffs. Both teams set great examples of hard work and success for our youngest Matadors, which I saw firsthand at Kennedy Elementary. The school organized a surprise send-off for the volleyball team, and I think everyone had a great time. I'd also like to recognize our marching band, cheerleaders, Star Steppers, and the Color Guard for their hard work this season. Our girls and boys basketball teams have officially started their seasons. Both are playing games right now. Best of luck to all of our student athletes. The first wall has been raised for the tiny house project at Seguin High School. I look forward to our entire community seeing the amazing work that our construction technology students can do. Stay tuned for updates. You may have noticed when Roxanne came up to lead the pledges, she's wearing the blazer that represents the superintendent advisory team members that serve on this very important group of students who provide information to me as the superintendent. And it's a two-way dialogue. And I'm very happy to see there were a couple of representatives. There's Eleanor, I know I saw her earlier. They were also representing as ambassadors yesterday at the town hall meeting. So I want to say thank you to them for everything that they bring forth to the meetings and our continued conversations. We've talked about this, student voice matters. I'll end on a special note of thanks to all who give their time and support to our district. But I think everyone would rather hear our Thanksgiving message from our students themselves. We will now play a video for you.
During this season of giving thanks, we know we have so much to be thankful for
At Seguin ISD.
I'm Eleanor, and I'm here with Dr. Vihil and several of my fellow students from the Superintendent's Student Advisory Team to share our thanks for the community.
I'm Kayvon. We are so thankful for our teachers and the lessons they provide and all of their support. We truly do have exceptional teachers teaching the next generation of exceptional students.
My name is Mariah. We are thankful for the opportunities here at Seguin ISD, such as our CDE program. From welding to agriculture, we have something for everyone.
I'm Danielle. Something here we are thankful for at Seguin ISD is our parents and guardians. Without them, we would not be where we are today. So thank you once again.
We also couldn't do it without our community. I'm Roxanne, and we are grateful for the community members who show up to support us at our events.
My name is Yvette. I am grateful for my classmates because we learn with and from each other every single day.
I'm Dr. Vihil, and I'm grateful for our Matador family, our students, families, and staff who make Seguin ISD the wonderful place it is to learn, work, and grow. I hope you have a safe, warm, fun, and restful Thanksgiving break with your loved ones. From all of us to you, Happy Thanksgiving!
So now we'll move to item 1D, which is board members' reports, and we'll start with Grace Newman.
Thank you. I've had a good month, and as far as activities in our wonderful district, I was able to see the Lady Mats and football guys send off for their district, or my district, games, and was very proud of them for what they did. I also went to the tiny home kickoff and was so excited to watch the wall go up and learn a lot about what the program is about. It's just inspiring. I also attended 2 Veterans Day ceremonies, one in McQueenie Elementary that was very much student-led, well, they were all there, all the youngsters that participated in it. And then a very inspiring one at the high school with the ROTC, the choir, the band, and so forth. But my very favorite thing of the whole month was our prize patrol. So the Education Foundation each year gathers their monies from donations and different activities like the Mardi Gras Gala that they have, and they give it back. They give it back in the form of grants to teachers. So I am part of that group, and we were able to go to each of the campuses and award different teachers wonderful sums of money that they can do innovative projects with. And oh, it was so much fun. The band was with us, and we would play all through the halls, and all the kids, especially the little ones, were just high-fiving and wanting to see the band. It was just a delightful time that whole day.
I was with Grace at a lot of the, we went to a lot of the same things. The volleyball and football send off, the wonderful Veterans Day program that I loved how many different student organizations were involved in that. That was a wonderful effort. I also got to go to Turkey Bingo at Barnes, and it was wonderful to see not only how many families were there, but also how many staff came and brought their families, so everybody kind of gets to know each other. It adds to that school family feel. And then I did get to see our thespians at their, when they showcased their improv and all their individual and group categories, monologues and songs and all those things. So it's wonderful to be able to spend time and see all the amazing things that our students are doing.
Well, having been fairly new to this, I'm not near as involved as these ladies are quite yet. However, I did get to attend the Tiny Towns middle school theater event 2 weeks ago and watch Meister and Barnes perform their fabulous shows that they put on. And I was very proud of our children for that. And I also got to attend the town hall meeting last night, and I look forward to making progress in that regard. And I also look forward to serving with everyone here and making a positive impact for everyone in Seguin ISD.
I too attended a lot of activities, but I will highlight just a couple. Grace mentioned the prize patrol with the Seguin Education Foundation, and I am honored and proud to tell you that the SEF was able to raise enough funds and donations from some major corporations. They gave away $105,000 in grants, and I'd like to publicly thank them and Jill Nash, their executive director, if we could give them a round of applause. I'm also super proud of our football team for their grit and determination, and just glad I didn't have a heart attack watching some of those games. But I also want to give a shout out to the volleyball team. They had an amazing season, and I'm just super proud of each one of them. I know it was really hard for them as they lost a teammate to a car accident before school started. They really rallied together, and they came together, and their coach, Coach Ferris, is amazing, and so just a shout out to them as well. Thank you.
So this was a very busy month for me. Well, leading up to election day, I was working with the PAC to try to get the Proposition A passed, which unfortunately didn't happen. But I just wanted to say a couple of big shout outs. This was recognized earlier in our Canvas the Vote meeting, but I wanted to put it on record during our actual meeting too. Big thank yous to the donors for the pack, Emmy Plumbing, Blake Bertling, the Kaler Company, Pine Financial Group, MTX General Contractors, Proselect Box Groups, the Pfluger Architects Group, and Trevor Myers of the Garland Company. And for the people working the pack, Katie Edwards was a rock star. She really got the thing kicked off and pushed us to get it done. Sherry Jenke for all her work that she did. And then Tim Cantu during his after hours work. He does a lot of stuff for the high school already, being part of that AV, being the lead on that AV thing that we just saw the video for. But he was able to do all of our graphics for us. I just want to say thank you to all those people, and then especially not involved with the pack, but spreading the word for the school district to two very new people to Seguin ISD, Emily Allen and Liz Oakes. They were also recognized at our previous meeting, but I wanted to make sure that everybody and all the viewers watching knew that those two ladies put in a ton of effort to try to get that information out to everybody in Seguin ISD, and I know that next time, if we decide to do this again, we'll have a little bit better plan going forward, and we will be successful in that. So if we do it again. So thank you again, ladies, for all your hard work. I really appreciate it. Also, shout out to all of our mini Matadors who 2024 CFPO PAL Championship, Super Bowl Championships were all our 10U, so 4th and 5th graders, spread out through all of the campuses of Seguin ISD, won their championship Super Bowl, and all got to take home rings. So it was a pretty amazing feat. They went undefeated for the entire season. So super proud of all those boys, and looking forward to what they do when they come into the junior high school and high school. Thank you.
I also attended the town hall meeting, and once again, thanks to the district for giving the community an opportunity to have their voice questions submitted ahead of time. And the tiny homes event also with the CTE, that was a good example of the collaboration that the district has, not only with the community, but it's also specifically with the businesses, like Lone Star Solution, Caterer. There were 3 or 4 that were acknowledged during that day. That's going to be a great program moving forward, where I can envision the students enjoying that and not only carrying something important as they move on into having a good skill as they move on after high school. Number 3, I attended today, usually during lunch and work, MASBA has these regular conferences, the Mexican American School Board Associations. They have these webinars maybe once every 2 months. The one today was that I attended was a teacher certification impact on Latino students. The 2 guest speakers that they had was Dr. Selena Estrada Tomas. She is the executive director of TALAS, and Dr. Kara Malone, chief of schools at Huddle ISD. And I was really impressed with the program that Huddle ISD has for the apprenticeships under teachers. They're a larger school district than we are, but it's definitely something that we can at least look into the program that they're running right now. We'll now move on to item 2, recognition / campus presentations. 2A, student/staff/board community recognition. And Emily Ellen and Dr. Lee will present.
Good evening, Mr. Guetta, Dr. Hill, and trustees. We have 5 superintendent students of the month this month, so I'm very excited to introduce you to all of them. So I'm going to turn around and we'll get that started. I don't know what it is. All right, so our first superintendent student, actually, let me start over. Our superintendent students of the month joining us today are from Vogel Elementary, McQueenie Elementary, AJB Middle School, Mercer Blumberg Learning Center, and Seguin High School. Our first superintendent student of the month is Emma Palma from Vogel Elementary. She's a first grader. Her teacher describes her as a welcoming and consistent hard worker who is respectful and helpful. She is also known as a great friend who checks in on others. Her parents are Alfredo and Tabata Palma. Emma, come on up, congratulations. They're taking pictures, and we'll take pictures for you. Elementary is represented by 5th grader Ryan Morales. He is known for being considerate and supportive, having good behavior, and following the rules and the McQueenie expectations. Ryan's teacher, Mr. Walker, says he is, quote, a bright light in the classroom who brings a warm smile and respectful attitude. Ryan's parents are Gabriel and Cynthia Morales. Ryan, come on up.
This is one of our Super Bowl champions as well, just so everybody knows.
Our middle school superintendent of the month is 6th grader Emma Neving from AJB Middle School. Emma participates in pre-athletics and dance. Her teachers say she is determined, driven, and respectful, always brings a positive attitude, and strives to meet the high standards she sets for her academic success. Emma's parents are Jenna and David Neving. Come on up, Emma. Our 4th superintendent student of the month is NBLC senior Elena Garcia. She just recently completed the requirements for graduation earlier this semester. I feel like we need to start there. Her teachers and her principal, Dr. Hastings, say she is smart, hardworking, kind, and thoughtful. Dr. Hastings also described Elena as an extraordinary young lady who cares about what others have to say and who brightens everyone's day. Elena's parents are Alexis and Eric Garcia. Come on up. final superintendent student of the month is, Seguin High School senior Jacob Casso, who participates in a variety of activities such as student council and the Bar Association, and a whole list of others, I promise. He also serves as Color Guard Commander, Cyber Patriots Commander, and Battalion Executive Officer for NJROTC. His teachers say his combination of compassion, responsibility, and motivation makes him a natural leader and role model. Jacob's parents are Vanessa Casso and John Ruiz. Jacob, come on up. All right, wish me luck on putting the mic back. Congratulations to all 5 of our superintendent students of the month. Right now, I'd like to turn things back over to Dr. McNeil for the Superintendent Apple Award. I'm gonna come make sure I do it right. Thank you, thank you.
Seguin ISD is dedicated to growing exceptional students into exceptional citizens. Doing so requires exceptional leaders. That is how I see this recipient of the Superintendent Apple Award, given all that our faculty has faced, all that our district has faced this school year. This person was described as a transformational leader who cares deeply about their students and staff. This matador is in their 3rd year with Seguin, but is not new to education, having worked at districts in the San Antonio area. In their short time here, this person has moved from one role into another, taking on a new challenge to help lead within our district. We asked this person's colleagues to share a few quotes, and here is what they had to say. She exemplifies the mission of students come first always in every aspect of her leadership. She is an outstanding leader who consistently goes above and beyond to support both students and staff. Her understanding nature fosters a positive and collaborative school environment where people feel valued. We are grateful for her leadership and her mentorship, but most of all, we are most grateful for her friendship. The November recipient was also described as a selfless and consummate professional. I have seen this for myself during her time as the principal of Seguin High School. I'm honored to introduce the November recipient of the Superintendent Apple Award to Ms. Christine Bettis.
Oh, yeah, sure. So, this is my mom. Grandma Bettis. This is Grandma Bettis. This is my great niece, Sol. Say hi. Say hi. And this is my great niece, Mia. Say hi, Mia. And then this is Cynthia, my niece, her mom.
Once again, congratulations, Christine Pettit. We'll now move to item T, 2B, campus highlights. Dr. Lee Heath and trustees, I am introducing this month's campus highlight on behalf of this school's new trustee, Ms. Lisa Burns, who could not be here tonight. Tonight's presentation comes from Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center, which sits in District 6. NBLC provides non-traditional learning opportunities for more than 70 students in a variety of settings, including project-based learning, direct teach settings, and self-paced classes. This school year alone, 17 students have already completed the requirements for graduation. The school's principal, Mr. Don Hastings, is here to address how staff meet attendance, academic, behavioral, social, and emotional needs of its students. Dr. Hastings, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Vito, board members. Thank you tremendously for the opportunity to share what's going on at NBLC. You'll notice tonight on the presentation that there are lots of student comments or quotes taken directly from what kids feel about the school. And so we'll start off with the first one. Jalen said that she was welcomed with open arms and smiling faces. Now these are the beliefs that Seguin ISD has in our guidelines. It says this is exactly what we believe, 1 through 5. These are things that you believe in, and so this presentation was set specifically to follow those guidelines. So first one is all students are successful. Right now, currently, we have 17 to date. 29 are on what are called our 5 credits up or less within graduation. We have over 700 grade sheets that have been turned in this year. And for those who are interested, we also have 10 students in Graduation Alliance and 3 in the process of being in Graduation Alliance, with one of them being 25 years old. The quote for tonight is, "The Learning Centers help me reach my goals, going to college, and help me reach my potential." And Melina, you will notice as we get to this page, is up on that page along with Elena. She's up there as well. These are 17 students with one that was camera shy. This slide, I have to admit, this slide was the most difficult one to do because they kept graduating when I was trying to put it together. I started off with 10 and there was 11. So, great problem to have, that's for sure. The next one is what's called on the board. These are students that are within 5 credits to graduate. This is a kind of a selection of the montage of the pictures that are out there so kids see them. They take pictures of them, they share it on social media. It's a great place of pride for the students. Then there's an example of one of our 2 binders with these 700 grade sheets in them this year. From the beginning of year to now, that's a lot of credits earned by these 70 plus students that attend. Second one is dealing with preparing students for afterlife. We have a whole bunch of things that we've offered at MBLC. They're all listed here in words, but I'd really like to focus on the quote from the student. "I'm going to get this school over and done with so that I can pursue whatever crazy adventures life has to throw at me." And that's by Manny. So some people may know who that man is. He's a wonderful kid. Right? Here's some examples of what we're talking about preparing for life. If you look at the pictures, you can see there's traditional classroom structures. There's opportunities for students to learn. You can see that there's a live tarantula in there somewhere, so sorry if you're afraid of those. And we have microscopes. And then the one picture in the bottom, you can see that there are, that's our drone flown by one of our teachers that we got from yeah, thank you. And That's one of the things he does. He shows them. Then we have presentations. We have our students participated in the college program at the high school. They were they received on the top left-hand corner, you can see that the Army came out and presented to them to explain to them opportunities for them. And then on the bottom left, we have a motivational speaker. Number 3, MBLC provides a caring and safe environment. Genesis said they truly care about their students and push us to be the best version of what we can be. And that's really what we shine on. That is us. If you look at the pictures on here, you can see we do the traditional fun stuff, the dress up, the Halloween costumes and things like that. Bottom center, you can see students who got their hunting and boating certifications through one of our teachers who can do that. We did a lot of mural making this year. Students designed the murals. They figured out what pictures they wanted to do. The one you see up there on the fence is the Dia de los Muertos, all designed by kids, and you can see the beautiful artwork they've done. Campus beautification is another thing we do. One of our teachers makes sure we get the plants, and then kids go out and design what it should look like on the campus. We even have a teacher that teaches crochet, so that the lost art of crochet is not lost forever. Some generations will still get it. We also have sports, and you can see that we do a lot of pickleball and archery because those are very popular at MBLC. Number 4 is all students and staff feel valued. Student Natalie said, MBL teachers inspire me to come to school every day. Most of our students come in with some sort of attendance issue for various reasons, and when they get there, significantly better. So pictures of this, we have lots of awards for kids. We recognize them for what they do. They work very hard. We also make sure we bring their parents. This is where we're very proud. If you look at the picture on the top right, you can see one of the moms looking, and I think that was her picture that you find. And then we also have fun awards where we have daily drawings for attendance, and you can see that the gnomes have attacked my office. They're lined up on the wall. Those will be given out during the next month or so. And then we have shoes that we give out, but we'll cover that a little later. Teachers also receive recognition. The one recognition they do is the passing of Pete the Cat. Pete the Cat is the one award that we do where teachers give it to another teacher. Each week they present the new teacher with what they've done specifically to earn Pete. And it's become a fun way of transferring Pete along. We also have the teacher recognitions, which you can see there's multiple different types of things that teachers can earn, including the Matador mindset. And number 5 is community engagement. We offer many different ways for teachers and parents to be involved together with activities. Probably best said by Lorelei. MBLC has been amazing so far. The people are so amazing that the students and staff, they have created a safe place to learn and enjoy each other's company. One of the things we do is every once in a while, about every 6 weeks or so, we do snacking with the parents. We give out popcorn and water to parents as they pick up their kids, just to have a positive comment. This probably is one of the most important slides. This is the words of students from MBLC about their campus. And hopefully you'll be able to get a copy of this so you can take your time and read through them. They're pretty impactful. And then, finally, you are all cordially invited to December 3rd at 12:30 to our first graduation of the year. We have 17 right now. I cannot promise that will not change. Thank you. Any questions?
Just a comment. Thank you, Dr. Hastings, for everything you're doing over at BLC. This is your first year, but?
This is my first year there, but this is my 36th year in education.
It shows. Yeah, all the good things that are going on there at BLC. Again, thank you. Provides a good opportunity for the kids that need it. So, it's a good thank you. You and your
We've got
staff.
great staff.
Thank you and your staff for helping us.
Thank you.
Anybody here from your staff that can stand up?
No, and they're all actually busy shopping and doing stuff for Friday, because if you want to, we also have tamales and chili going on Friday afternoon at 12:30. You can come to that. There's no cost of that. You should do it. You'll thoroughly enjoy it. Thank you.
introduce audience with the board. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with board policy BED Local 3A. Those wishing to speak shall sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate on any subject that is not on the posted agenda. And tonight we do have 5 individuals that are willing to speak. So we'll start off with the first one, which is Levi Robertson.
Good evening, thank you for your time. I'm here on behalf of the parents and faculty and students and others in the community that aren't unable due to a job or limitations to be able to be here today. I am going to read my statement to stay within 5 minutes, and this isn't to discredit the great faculty and great people in this district, especially like what we just saw happening at Bloomberg, but it is something important to many people. I'm here tonight because the issues plaguing this district have reached a breaking point. These problems, bullying escalating to assault, suicides, emotional trauma, and a growing lack of trust are urgent. They cannot wait for another school year, another meeting, or another study. They require immediate, decisive action, and they require accountability at every level. Let me start by sharing a little bit about myself. I often humbly like to keep what I do privately. However, I work in business strategy and transformation, and I've worked with many corporations, one of which was Tesla, where waste was not tolerated. Accountability was a cornerstone of the company's culture. Elon's desk was in the middle of the room, 15 to 20 feet from mine. You could approach him with questions directly. He demanded efficiency, and anyone who failed to meet expectations or created inefficiencies was given a chance to improve. And if they didn't, they were removed. That same level of accountability is what I'm calling for here. Far too often, I've seen people in authority making decisions that affect thousands of lives with little care or accountability. My job often involves identifying the sources of problems, and time again, I have found that the root cause is people, not processes, not budgets, not systems, but people failing to care, failing to act, or failing to lead. Now let's talk about this school district. I recognize that some of you genuinely care. Some of you are new and want to make a difference. But others seem more concerned with titles, appearances, and judgments made against them than addressing the heart of the issues affecting this community. You cannot lead effectively with arrogance, and you cannot fix these problems by dismissing parents and students who are begging to be heard. Last night's town hall was a prime example. Many of us came with hope, expecting a meaningful dialogue. What we got was a presentation, a pat on the back for the board and staff, and a tone-deaf dismissal of the community's concerns. Let me be clear, this is not leadership. Leadership listens, leadership acts, leadership takes responsibility. I want to share an example from my own experience. I grew up in a community that faced significant challenges. Decades ago, it lost major industries, Little Tykes, Huffy Bicycles, a massive glass factory, and with them, many jobs. Economic hardship led to increasing drug use and violence, yet through it all, the schools remained a beacon of hope and stability. There was a classmate of mine who endured relentless abuse at home. Despite his challenges, the school staff supported him and helped him graduate. But after graduation, without the structure and care the schools provided, he returned to his toxic home environment. One night, his stepfather's abuse became unbearable. In a moment of desperation, he lashed out, stabbing his stepfather more than 20 times. He's now serving a life sentence in prison. I share this not to excuse his actions, but to illustrate the stakes. For some students, school is their only safe haven. It's where they get their only meal, their only kind words, their only sense of value. As schools fail these students, the consequences could be devastating. When you say, quote unquote, it starts at home, you ignore the reality that some homes will never change. These students need you. They need safe space, they need mentors, and they need a system that works for them, not against them. And while I commend initiatives like the Ministerial Alliance and student engagement efforts, these are just starting points. Real change requires more than surface level solutions. Accountability starts here and with this board. I know that it's ran like a corporation with chief level titles, and so you must accept the standards of corporate accountability. If you fail to act, I will continue my efforts with state representatives, senators, and officials at the Texas Education Agency to ensure that this district is evaluated, guided, and held accountable. The excuses are over. It's time to move forward together, but it's also time for accountability. Listen to the parents who are heartbroken. Listen to the students who are emotionally damaged by their experiences here. You cannot dismiss their pain because it's uncomfortable to hear. These problems are not insurmountable, but they require leadership, transparency, and a commitment to change. The community is serious, I am serious, the time for action is now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Our next individual is Carla Sanchez, and I forgot to mention his topic earlier. The topic is teen bullying. Is Carla Sanchez here?
Hi, I'm a junior in the school district and I'm taking since 5th grade, and this has been my experience. I have lost 2 friends to suicide, and I feel as if the loss of my friends has not been acknowledged the way that I think it should have been. And yeah, you can post on social media, Facebook post, oh, we're so sorry, but we just like, what have you guys provided for as a community that is grieving? The night of a candle lighting for both of my friends, my mom did ask where is the admin and where is all this like school board. And it's sad to say that only 2 of my teachers' families and not as a district or as a school board y'all did. And that is really disappointing in my eyes and my parents' eyes. And I know that we are all trying day by day to get through and work as a community, but it is really hard. And the change that needs to happen is that your actions need to speak way louder than your words, because you can sit there and say and say and say, but what will you actually do? And I am so extremely hurt by the lack of consideration, but I know that day by day we're all just trying at the same time, and I want everybody in this room to know that you are loved and we all have a reason to be here today, tomorrow, and always.
Thank you, Carla. The next speaker is Kathleen Aguirre, and her topic is admin concerns / bullying.
Good afternoon. I want to start by thanking all the parents and family members in attendance tonight that are standing in solidarity with our children. I do not want to take away from the members, or staff, admin, that are truly trying to make a difference in this community and in this district in a whole. I will not take up much of y'all's time, but I would like the chance to express a few of my concerns after last night's town hall meeting, which was more of a you listen and we talk. I am highly disappointed in our administration for how this was handled. The fact of the matter is the staff at the meeting last night had more safety measures put in place than our own students during school hours, and that was quite disappointing. I want to say, how dare the district not provide time last night for parents to raise concerns and ask questions. It was very just belittling to not be able to speak. We were also met with a hollow PowerPoint with measures that are already in place, but these have already failed. Sorry. As a mother to 4 children in the school district, 1 being at the high school and 3 others in 2 different schools, I am in constant fear and perpetual disappointment with how my children's education is being handled. School is a place for children to go where they can learn, become successful adults, and live a wondrous life. That is what we all hope for, and unfortunately that is not the case currently in the school district. When our children are more in danger at school than they are anywhere else, that's when it becomes a public problem. For you all to silence us last night in a place where our children's voices should not be only heard, but attentively listened to, should be a main priority to each and every one of this community. We do demand change. We demand action, not just words, but plans put into action that those can be made public and not, experienced and expressed behind closed doors. That is something that I feel is very important. Once those plans are in place, that we should all have some sort of notification on what is going to happen. We are not asking teachers or staff to raise our children. We are asking an administration to make sure that the school is a safe place again. How are we going to raise the next generation to be successful when they're afraid to go to class? How does this benefit them in any way, shape, or form?
I just want to say, please take this in consideration when you guys do meet behind closed doors when we are not here in person, to ensure that parents and children's voices will be heard and not silenced. I just want to say, how many more students do we need to lose to suicide, being withdrawn, any reason, before a change can actually occur? I, for one, am very disappointed in all the stories that I hear from my own children, from the public, from students of friends of my kids. And I feel like an advocate needs to be there to be a voice for the voiceless, past and present and future. And I just want to say, I know that not everybody in this attendance, in this district, is the problem. I do understand that. We have wonderful teachers. We have wonderful staff. I have met many of them. But I feel like our own children have no voice anymore. And at the end of the day, who will stand up for them? Who will provide them a safe haven to learn, to want to come to school? I remember being excited to being at school and seeing my peers. And that is no longer available to our children. I have more concerns coming home than I hear good memories.
You have 1 minute left.
No, that's all I would like to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. And our next speaker is Silvia Marmolejo. She's going to talk about last night's meeting and bullying.
Hello, thank you. I'm not a speaker by any means. I dislike standing up in front of people. However, I dislike bullying even more. Last night's meeting, it was a hard D. It would have been an F if it weren't for the cute little 5th graders and Jacob's letter. I believe is his name. With that being said, I would have liked to have seen a format maybe more of, we got 30 letters asking about police on campus. You could have answered it. And then it would be good if you could have at least get 2 or 3 answers or questions from the parents. But the silence was horrible. And now y'all are silent. So it's not even a discussion last night or today. But speaking of police on campus, I would like to know why there isn't police on campus. The answer, I was in and out of your last night's meeting, but we're partners with the PD. I mean, what does that even mean? Another thing, just tell it like it is. Don't go around with whatever you have written. Just say it straight. We're adults here. There's so many good kids and they come to learn. There's so many good teachers and they come to teach. But it does need to be taken care of now. There is no time to wait. I would like to next week hear that you have another kind of meeting coming up with some answers. This just can't be anymore. You don't want your children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews having to go through this. Change it. It is up to y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marmolejo. Now we'll move on to item 4, report/information items. 4A, 2024-2025 Common Formative Assessment, or CFA, data, and Monica Lyons will present.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Guetta, Board President, Dr. DeHee, Board of Trustees.
I apologize. We did not hear from Megan. Once again, my apologies.
Hello, my name is Megan Strickland. I'm the mother of two students in the school district, one being a 15-year-old at the high school and the other being a 13-year-old of AJB. My 15-year-old is autistic and has been with your special education department since he was in kindergarten. The bullying issue has played a major role in our lives since the beginning, kindergarten. We're talking 8 years. But within the last 30 years, it has dramatically increased. Not with just my 15-year-old autistic son, with my 13-year-old daughter as well, who doesn't have any disabilities. I have dealt with bullies threatening to throw shot-put-sized rocks at the back of both of my children's heads on school campus in front of me, with administrators doing nothing. I was the one who stepped in and said something. I have had my son videoed while he was in the stall using a restroom. My daughter was on a school trip at HEB camp and had her towel ripped off of her and her body made fun of while other girls laughed at her. Do you know what all these have in common? Nothing was ever done. Everything was reported to administration. Everything was reported to principals. Nothing was ever done. Now, if we had done any of those out in public, we would have been arrested. We would have been in trouble. So what are we showing our children now? That it's okay to do it now, but later on it's not? I speak for a lot of parents in Seguin ISD when I say it is time for resolutions. No pre-selected questions, no excuses, and no placing blame. There were no supports listed last night for our children who are victims of bullying. You had it listed as a question, but you didn't answer it. If someone is found to be a victim of bullying, what are the support systems we're going to put in place to help them overcome anything that they have endured at school? Listen to the parents in your community and work with them to come up with ideas and resolutions instead of making them feel as though they are outsiders. We are here. We want to help you help our children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to item 3A. And Monica, we'll present.
Thank you, Board President. Dr. Vihi, Board of Trustees. I'll be presenting our November 2024 data. This data reflects our common formative assessments. These are the different type of assessments the district has throughout all of our schools, elementary, middle, and high school. We have our screeners, we have our checking for understanding, which are quick formative assessments. We have our common formative assessments. These are every 3, 6, 9 weeks. And then we have our summative assessments, which is our STAR end of year. This is our regular October ISEP data, kinder through 2nd grade. This is progression for their reading levels. Again, this is the first time that our kindergartners have taken this test. And we want them progressing into level 3 and 5. All of the green is hitting and meeting grade level. You'll see there at the top we have the state average at 49% for level 1 and 2, and then our level 3 and 5 at 51%. We do have a couple schools, McQueenie, who is above state average, and Weiner, who also is above state average. So they are progressing nicely. We do have a few schools that are just a couple percentages away from that state average. So there is growth, and we'll continue to see that as the year progresses. Here is the growth from the beginning of the year, September, to our growth in October. And you can see the numbers over off to the side, how each school is progressing. Jefferson at plus 11 students who have grown into grade level, Kinnicky at 3, McQueenie at 6, Rodriguez at 2, Vogel at 5, and Weiner at 7. So they have a nice progression moving forward. So our Spanish data here for our K through 2nd students that test in Spanish. And we have some nice progression here, our level 3 and 5 moving above state levels. Here's the growth from the beginning of the school year to October. The ISEP data is a progression, so it does get harder through the year. Then starting with our RLA 3rd grade English data, this is 3 CFAs, CFA 1, 2, and 3. You can see our at meets level, we want to stay on track and make sure that each CFA we have growth and progression. When we talk about our common formative assessments, these each have different TEKs within that CFA. So CFA 1 started off with one set of standards, CFA 2 a different set of standards, and CFA 3 another set of standards. So they're not cumulative. The cumulative test then comes at the end of the semester or interim testing in the spring and then STAR at the end of the year. So these are just checking for understanding every 3, 6, and 9 weeks. But our green does show that we are meeting our strategic goal of 42. So we are growing and moving forward, and those students are understanding those TEKs for that particular test. Here's our 4th grade CFA data for 4th grade English. Again, here we have some really good progress with our meets. With CFA 1, we have 48% of our students in 4th grade meeting those standards. CFA 2 at 55% and CFA 3 at 50%. And then down below you can see it broken down by school.
So those the scores go with 90 to 100, like that.
Right, for a report card, it'll transfer into a grade. So meets, right, correct, yes. So if you have meets is at grade level. I brought it up here just so I can make sure I say it right. So our masters is 90 to 100, our meets is 80 to 90, approaches is 70 to 79, anything below approach is below a 70.
And for these, like if say there's 10 questions, so would that mean they got 9 correct, or is there a different scale?
That's correct, that's correct.
So 9 correct is 90, 8 correct is 80, 7 correct is 70, and so on.
Right, so they're meeting the standard, yeah. Here's our 5th grade English data. And this is just a snapshot. Keep in mind, this is a snapshot. These are the things that they're learning as we progress through the semester. In December, I'll show you that benchmark data, and that's what they learned from September to the end of, actually to the beginning of November, because their benchmarks is happening right now. Here's our 6th grade AJV and Barnes RLA data. This is, again, our reading language arts. And our 7th grade RLA data is progressing forward and moving nicely. They had a 6-week check and a 9-week check. Oops. And our 8th graders are really doing well, and they seem to be growing well from CFA 1 to CFA 2.
Before you go to high school, let me just ask a question from a teacher point of view or from my education point of view.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it not cumulative to where you can see if they are getting those TEKS previously taught? Because if you wait all the way to the interim or whatever, you're taking a chance that you've lost those TEKS.
Yes, ma'am. So teachers will roll in the already taught TEKS in a bell ringer to continue reviewing those TEKS that are already taught. But it does make the CFAs really long if we make it cumulative as they move forward, and we are trying not to keep them in that test environment for too long during the CFAs. We also have our exit tickets at the end of every class to check understanding for what was taught during that instructional 45 minutes or 90 minutes during that class time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of. So they incorporate the TEKS taught previously in the bell ringer.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I was, the biggest thing is the length, I can get that, but I'm still.
Yeah, we could spiral in TEKS here and there as we move forward. That was something to consider.
You really know if they got it on a test kind of level.
Yes, ma'am. Here's our English 1 at approaches, meets, and masters for CFA 1, CFA 2, and CFA 3. English 1 uses Study Sync, so even though that curriculum has been in the district for quite a while, we aligned it a little more to accommodate what students needed and what they didn't get last year. Because it wasn't used with Fidelity, and this year teachers are using the HQIM with Fidelity. So they're growing. Here's our English 2 data. The CFA 2 drops a little bit because we introduced writing into that CFA. So that'll get better, hopefully, through the year. Moving forward, how our elementary schools respond to their data, how middle schools respond to their data, and high school. There's a campus initiative and then the district support that we have for each campus. I'll stay here for a little minute in case you have any questions on this. And then moving on to our 3rd grade math. Third grade math is moving forward. We have a CFA 1 and CFA 2. Our meets is at 65% and our masters at 64%. Our strategic goal, 3rd through 9th, was moving it from 26 to 36%. So by 2025, so far so good. So I'm hoping that by the end of the school year, we would have met that goal in 2025. Here's our 4th grade data. It meets at 62% and CFA 2 at 72%. And our 5th grade data, 77% for CFA 1 and 53% CFA 2. And the cut score is 57%. So for this grade level in 5th grade, the STAR cut score would be 57%. So as long as we progress and move forward in this manner, our elementary math kids will do great. Here's our 6th grade math and 6th grade math advanced.
Where there's a big difference between 2 campuses, do we try to look at where that difference comes big difference, for instance, in CFA 1 masters between AJB and Barnes? Like, that's a pretty huge difference. Do we try to look at?
We absolutely do, yes. We look at all of the data points, what's happening maybe with staff. I can tell you that Barnes has a new math team versus AJB, and a little more tenure to AJB. And so we do have a couple of new teachers there at Barnes, and they get lots of support, and we're moving forward with them, but we do keep an eye on that, yes ma'am.
What type of support are they getting?
So we actually have a grant, a Strong Foundation grant, and we have coaches that come in and work with those teachers during their PLC. They dig into that data, they lesson plan with them, they help them roll out those lessons in class and model if needed. Really whatever the teacher needs, teacher can request, and they get that support.
Where do the coaches come from?
They come from Carnegie. So the Strong Foundation implementation is the company that was chosen was Carnegie.
So just to like kind of put it like, not good words, layman's terms, like for me, right? Our teachers are getting tutored by the people who wrote the curriculum, right? Is that what we're talking about? Is that a good?
Well, they're there to support lesson planning. So if a teacher needs help, the teacher can definitely go in and internalize. It's internalizing the lesson and helping them through that, yes.
I'm just saying that we are providing coaching.
Yes.
Through a grant, but the coaches aren't coming from Seguin ISD. The coaches are coming from the people who like wrote this curriculum.
So the math coordinator is with them and walking through it with them as well.
Right. I'm just saying, like, we're getting outside help.
Correct.
For teachers to be able to teach better.
Correct.
So I mean, it's a good thing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a good thing.
Yes,
Right?
it is a good thing.
That the people who wrote the curriculum are coming in and actually like one-on-one with the teachers, saying, hey, this is how we can improve this.
Yes.
Perfect. That's what I want. Thank you.
Yes. And both middle schools get that same support.
And the TEA rule was different this year, right? Where, is it 40% of the sixth graders need to be?
Have to be in advanced, yes ma'am.
Yeah. And so that probably changes what some of the sixth grade teachers have done in the past. I think.
Correct, yes, it'll be a little bit of a learning curve. The rigor has to be a little harder, faster, and so they get that support as well from the district math coordinator and Carnegie. Here's our 7th grade data. And our 7th grade advanced. But by the time our 7th graders get to that advanced class, they do progress a lot faster. The kids finally get on board with their math brain and move forward quicker. It's just the nature of a middle schooler. And then our 8th grade data as well. Here's our algebra for middle school. And algebra does tend to do very well at both campuses. And then high school over off to your right. And again, as we move forward, responding to that math data, what campus does to support their teacher teams, and then what district does to support their campuses. Here's our science data for 5th grade. Now keep in mind that science has a new curriculum this year, SAVAS. So it is new for all science teams across the district. But they are doing very well with it thus far. And kids love science. So it's broken down here overall by district and then of course by school. These are the STAR tested subjects only, so 5th grade and 8th grade are STAR tested. I didn't give every single grade level, just the STAR tested ones. Here's our 8th grade data. Our 8th grade does very well at both campuses. And then our biology team is extremely strong at high school, and so they do very well, and with the new curriculum as well. Here's our social studies 8th grade. Social studies 8th grade cut scores for approaches meets masters. At approaches, it's 43%, 61% masters, and meets, and 73% masters. So we're on target to moving forward with our students. They're getting there. Our approaches is looking well. Social studies is hard. 8th grade is the first time that they see all of those TEKs all at one time. So it's a big load for our 8th grader. A lot of TEKs for 8th grade. Yes, ma'am. The last time they saw those TEKs was in 6th grade.
I will tell you real quick, though, that my 8th grader loves social studies.
Oh yeah, if you love anything, you know you do well.
He said it today.
Good. We're going to depend on him then. And then we have our high school here, and our high school social studies team is extremely strong as well, and so they'll progress forward. And moving forward, responding to our science and social studies at the campus level and at the district level for each level of support.
And the one right before that, those are just the on level, right?
For social studies?
Yes, for
yes, ma'am.
So mixed into this eventually for the STAR test will be the kids that are taking the advanced.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Just the on level.
Yes. And that's it. Do I have any other further questions?
I think I asked my 11,000 questions in an email, and I just want to say thank you. Got a lot of really great charts back and things today, and so I do appreciate your team answering my many questions.
Of course, anytime.
As do I.
And yes, you're welcome.
Thank you for letting us ask during, because we would have forgotten by the time it was over, so thank you.
Of course, that's what I'm here for.
Thank you. Thanks for all the hard work. Now we'll move to item 4B, the brief partnership update. Steve Gonzalez will present.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect, thank you. Alrighty, good evening, Mr. Guerra, Board President, Dr. Hill, and Board Trustees. I am here to present an update with our partner here, Danielle and Aubrey, and I also appreciate your patience as I was doing a little double timing, so I'm going to pass it over to her, and then I'll be here to answer any other questions you may have. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to visit with you tonight and to share what we have been accomplishing together in our partnership. As Steve mentioned, my name is Danielle Selnrick. I am the Senior Manager of Client Success here at Aubrey, and I've had the privilege of partnering with the district over the past year as we have created a lot of opportunities together. I have a short agenda for you this evening. I'm sure you have a very busy evening ahead and have had one already this evening. So we're going to talk just briefly about the why of Aubrey, how we've aligned on your goals, what we've accomplished, and then what's next. So just to get started, Aubrey means open, and what this really means is that it's our mission as a team at Aubrey to open the learning communities by connecting what matters. I am a former district administrator myself, so I very much believe in our mission at Aubrey and the opportunity to work with other visionary leaders, as Dr. Vigil is, as well as Steve. And what we're really focused in on is what we can help you do to make informed decisions for your students. What we do at Aubrey is we created an opportunity for you to have a one-stop shop, a place for you to centralize and consolidate information and data. We work very closely with your IT team in order to consume district data from multiple platforms into one location. And we also provide that strategic partnership as we are very closely aligned with your district's goals. By doing so, we're taking a very siloed environment and bringing it into one location. I'm sure you've all had opportunities to log in and out of multiple systems, whether through your work with the school district or with your own personal careers. It can be very daunting to try to have to hunt for information that you need in order to make informed decisions. So our goal really is to help you all consolidate and empower you to do the things that you need to do to lead your community and your educator. As I mentioned, we are very closely aligned on the goals, and when we first partnered together, Dr. Vigil was very clear about her vision for what she wanted to accomplish. Our goals here at Aubrey are to help you to improve your operational efficiency by centralizing your data, help you increase your stakeholder engagement, and that's anywhere from your district leadership team to your site leadership, your teachers, your students, your parents, and the broader educational environment and community. This enables you to make confident decisions and really just focus on what matters most, and that's making sure that you're achieving all of your outcomes. When we began our work last year, Dr. Vigil's vision and Steve's leadership really focused in on these 5 key goals. First and foremost, the ability to make data-informed decisions, to have different siloed data brought into one view so that everyone could work closely together and see the information that they needed without having to go in and out of different platforms. There was also a goal around identifying areas for intervention, and this is again very close to the work that your team has already been doing, but needed just that support with bringing information into one area so that you could identify students who might need extra supports and resources. We've also worked closely on creating a system and structure for you to be able to efficiently track your college, career, and military readiness information so that you can not only support and guide those students on their pathways, but also make sure that you're able to report that data to the state. Through some of our work, we've also been able to focus on enhancing parent communication. I'll show you in just a moment, if you've not had the opportunity to see on your district website, one of the Aubrey dashboards that provides some demographic information to your parent community. And then overall, again, just to improve that data transparency, making sure everyone has a single source of truth to make sure that you're able to do that. Over on the right-hand side, you can see some of the different categories of dashboards that we've created to align with your goals. This has been a very deliberate and intentional process. We've worked really closely, as I mentioned, with your IT team, with Christy Miranda, Chris Grimm, and others. Monica Lyons has been very supportive of this process as well, so that we can create these visions for you in Aubrey. So, what have we accomplished today? Quite a bit, as you can see. One of the things that we do is we connect directly with your student information system to bring in all of these things that we see here. This is what we call foundational data. And this allows us to create individual views, but also multi-data types of views of information for MTSS and other things. We track and display your district's behavior and your attendance, student courses and grades. We also work closely with third-party vendors to bring in other data that you need. Many of the items that you see here, particularly at the bottom of this column, are the data points that you need to be able to report for your CCMR dashboard, your College Career Military Readiness. We have created many dashboards for administrators at both the district and the school level. And this accountability, Seguin by the numbers, is the one that's on your website. And you can see here a long list. We've been very intentional, as I mentioned, with the high priority needs and creating these dashboards in a way that it gives you the opportunity to really focus in on what matters most and what you need right away. Teachers and students can also access Abre. That's part of the ongoing rollout that has been continuing, led by Steve, so that we're able to make sure everyone is getting in there and seeing that information. What we have coming up next, we do already have the district strategic plan in play. We've already built out quite a bit of it. We're just waiting on the Gallup data that will be coming in this month in order to finish that off, so that will be visible. Early warning and also MTSS and intervention are also underway as well. So what does that all mean? That's a lot of information on slides, but I wanted to give you a view of what this looks like. So I've created some snapshots of these dashboards so that you can see what I'm speaking to. So the strategic plan of the district, where we're outlining the different outcomes and the different goals that the district has, and aligning those data points in a way where it makes sense and it can be tracked. This is a dashboard that can be community or public facing. It does not contain any specific personal information around teachers or students. So again, this is a great way to share with your education community how the district is doing. Another dashboard is the CCMR dashboard. This is a view of the information that is contained within here. I mentioned all those different types of data points and credentialing and dual enrollment. So this is a dashboard that your leaders can go into, particularly at the high school level, and make sure students are on track for post K-12. This is a view of the attendance dashboard. There's actually two dashboards for attendance in the Aubrey account for the district. There is an overview of attendance, and then this dashboard was specifically created to help you all monitor chronic absenteeism. So it has calculations built into the data and in the dashboard. So it's very quickly and very visibly identifying students who have been absent more than they need to be, so that intervention can be swift. This is a view of the behavior and discipline dashboard. This is a really interesting dashboard in the sense that it not only is highlighting the different types of behavior incidents across the district, but it also highlights the information around what the follow-up actions would need to be. It also highlights things such as where these types of incidents are occurring, which is really beneficial for your site leadership, so that they can provide staffing support, for example. So all of this is information that can be gleaned from here. You may have noticed as I've gone through some of these views, this panel over here at the right-hand side, these are all the different ways that this data can be filtered. It can be filtered by grade level, by building. Some of these things can be filtered by teacher. They can all be filtered by students. We can look at demographic information such as ethnicity, or if students are receiving special education services. We can look at any number of different types of data points, and all of these dashboards have the ability to be filtered as well. We also have a dashboard that is dedicated to your state assessment results. So this is the information that's being displayed. It also breaks it down by building, by grade level throughout this dashboard, so that everyone has a good view of this information. We have historical data in here as well, so that you can look at trend lines over time. And this is the dashboard that I was mentioning that is on your district website currently. It's about Seguin ISD, or we refer to it as by the numbers. This is a great opportunity for you to share information with your education community and make sure that you all have the opportunity to highlight the data points that are most important to you. So I will pause there for any questions that either I or Steve can answer, but that's really what we've been up to. And again, what we'll be working on next is finalizing your strategic plan and your MTSS dashboards, intervention dashboards for both elementary and secondary students.
The discipline data that she was just showing us, or the incident data, that's not on public view, right? That's just on administrative view?
Yes, sir, correct.
Sorry, Steve. Would we be able to make that public though? Like how hard would that be to so that we can show a progression? Like we had a lot of that conversation tonight, last week, this past few weeks. We can see where the problems are, community involvement, mentorships in those campuses type thing, and help bring incidents down possibly. Like I'm just saying, like there's a lot of really good data, and I feel like especially right now there's a lot of people in the public that need to see this data, that we actually are tracking these things and that we're trying to do better.
Yes, sir, we can certainly look into that, and the great part about our partnership with Aubrey is that we take that feedback back to them, and then they create something for us that we can have as a public view. So actually at the end of that certain dashboard, we have it listed by student, by incident, by the person that submitted the referral, things of that sort. So we can customize it where we take a lot of that out and just be able to push something public out. Yes, sir, we'll look into that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, could you go back to like the list of dashboards for me?
I certainly can.
I would like to see all of those public somehow.
Yes, sir.
Does this take the place of anything? I know it brings in the data from a lot of different places, but are we replacing any of those services or any of the tools that we have now with this, or are we just bringing everything together?
Yes, ma'am. We've had a previous tool before Aubrey that we no longer use, that we now implement Aubrey, so it took the place of that. Currently, it's taking the place of all the different spreadsheets that are all over the place, so it's really streamlining that. And so, again, Aubrey's done a great job at pulling everything in one place, and it really does make that data very easily accessible to our administrators, where they're not wondering what reports are run in the student information system, and then also they have the ability to cross-reference it with some of the other things listed there. So, yes, ma'am.
When you're pulling up one individual student, does that look any different than it did before?
So there's, well, Aubrey has what's called the Student 360 profile, so you can actually search by a student and you can see the full picture. You can see the full picture of the student, so you can see if they've met CCMR, you can see what their class schedule is, you can see who their teachers are, all on one dashboard there. So it's a more visually a representation of the student as a whole.
You know, when I was on the GT task force with one of the previous ways that the teachers were getting that data, it was hard because you had to click through more than one thing to see if they had an IEP or if they were at GT or receiving dyslexia services. You know, at the beginning of the year when you're trying to get a handle on who your students are, if you get new students. So this helps them visualize that better.
Yes, ma'am. So our goal is to get there in 2 clicks or less, and so we know that time is so valuable for our administrators, and so we really want to make a way that they can get to their student in about 2 clicks or less. So it really simplifies that down, and again, where they're not having to look at 3 or 4 different reports and can see the student 360 all in one area.
Does that student 360, does that include like IEPs and like SPED information and all that stuff too?
Yes, sir. We can bring all that in to be able to do that.
This is one software that I've been anxiously waiting for. I mean, at work, we deal a lot with statistics, dashboards and stuff. And I believe it's my understanding that you bring this in, Dr. Leahy? So it's a big improvement from what we had before, as you all heard. So this is one of the things that this current district and this current administration is doing all the data compiling and putting it in an easy format and a readily available format for not only the teachers, but to a certain extent, the community and the parents. So thank you, Steve, and thank you, Dr. Leahy.
Thank you, and just a real quick, a quick shout out to Christy Miranda, Chris Grimm. We meet weekly with Aubrey and their team, and we really align all of our resources to bring this in. If you could only see how many data sets make up that CCMR dashboard, I mean, it's a beast. And Christy Miranda and Chris Grimm do an amazing job really bringing that all in, and we hand it over to Aubrey, and they put it in that nice visual representation for us. So it takes a team effort, and they've done a great job. Thank you for sharing that.
Real quick, since you brought that up, going into the future, like how does this data get compiled? Will it be 1-2 clicks for like a teacher to be able to put in scores and then that data continues to grow in Aubrey? We're not gonna have to have 1 or 2 people consistently assigned to like Aubrey data collection that they put together and then send to Aubrey, or this would be all streamlined, right?
Yes, sir. It's currently streamlined, so data flows differently. So a lot of the data, especially in that left-hand column there, those are all nightly uploads. They're all automated, and they come in every night. So if you look at some of those screenshots, there could be a variance in it, just because it's all fresh and real-time data. If you move more towards in the yellow area there with the AP and ACT, those are more of a one-time data pool to bring in. So we have a process to bring those in when they come in for us. But most of the things are all streamlined and automated. And then Aubrey also has connections with outside companies as well, College Board, for example. So that's where we get our ACT data from, and so they're able to pull that in for us. And so that takes a little bit off our plate as well. Thank you. Any other questions?
Is school finance coming in on this?
Well, thank you all.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we'll move to item 4C, new vendors, and Liz will present.
Good evening, President Garrett, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Lee Hill. This is just informational. The only thing I want to point out is that it looks a little different than what you're used to. So we used to have 2 sheets of paper for every RFP. For instance, on this one, we have a vendor called Chalk's Truck Parts. They respond to the RFP, and you get a piece of paper saying what's happening, and then another piece of paper showing who the vendor is. So it looks different tonight. Now I have put all of the RFPs on one piece of paper for all of the responses we've gotten from vendors to date, so that we're not generating 2 pieces of paper for each RFP every month. Same information, but just on 1 sheet of paper. Just trying to make everybody's life a little easier. We also did the same thing for purchases over $50,000. These are also informational. We did have these each on 1 piece of paper. Now they are on 1 sheet of paper all together with the dollar amount, the contract, or however we're purchasing those competitively or through an interlocal, whatever, and then the reference number so that you can find that as well.
Are we going to move
And if there's anything you want added to this, let me know. Be happy to do it however.
Steve, can you show us Exhibit D, please? The exhibit for item D, please.
Sorry, I went to purchases over 50. So will you explain so people at home understand why it's the over 50,000, like why we present that differently than we might present? Buying all the milk or any of the other things. So anything over 50,000, In aggregate purchases of like items that are over 50,000, so aggregate means the total. So if you buy 50,000 pencils or 50,000 of one category of services or products, you have to report that to the board according to our policy. Those purchases also have to be competitively purchased, and there's different ways to do that. We can do our own RFP, we can have an interlocal, we can purchase from a cooperative where those purchases have already been competitively bid. We have different options, but we bring that to the board as informational so that y'all are aware of purchases over $50,000. Does that answer?
Is there a time frame on that usually?
To report to the board? It's just informational. According to our policy, the superintendent is authorized to approve those purchases, but historically, we have brought that to the board monthly.
More questions? Thank you, Liz, for streamlining your agenda.
Absolutely, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Moving
Liz.
forward, the board will realize that when we get to the consent agenda items. Consolidating. So that covered items C and D. So we'll now move to item 4E, introduction of newly appointed administrators. Mr. Trevino will present.
Good evening, Board President Guerra, Dr. Vigil, board members, guests. It is my distinct privilege tonight to introduce two new administrators to Seguin ISD. One is new to Seguin, and another has been promoted into this new position. So the first person that I would like to introduce today and have him come up is Mr. Robert Sands. And he is our newly minted project manager.
Construction manager.
Construction manager.
All right.
That's correct.
Yay, Liz.
Madam Superintendent, Board President, board members, I am excited about being here, and I am honored that you selected me to take this position over. In my week that I've been here, I've seen a lot of things that I think we'll work well together. So I appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Welcome to Seguin ISD. Thank you.
The second person I would like to introduce this evening is Mr. Roberto Arriola, and he was the associate principal at AJB, and he's going to be the director for multilingual.
Good evening, Board. Buenas noches, Board of Trustees, Dr. Vigil, and President Guerra. It is an honor to be selected as the multilingual director for Seguin ISD. Those that know me, I've been here for quite some time and have seen the implementation of dual language at our elementaries and now the work that's going to be happening at secondary. So I do want to thank you for your time and honor to be selected to serve in the capacity. Thank you very much, and here we go. Adelante. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Oriola. I will move to item 4F, personnel information. Professional employee, Mr. Trevino will present.
Good evening again, everyone. So have this item for professional employees. So we have two new employees that we have hired, one at Jefferson Elementary, and the other one is district-wide, which I believe is a part-time compound teacher. And then we acknowledge 4 resignations as well. Got any questions?
Any questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Trevino. So now we'll move to item number 5, the consent agenda. consider and possible approval as applicable. Policy BE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and/or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. 5A, approval of board minutes of regular meeting, October 29th, 2024, and special meeting, November 6th, 2024. 5B, approval of tax collection reports for October 2024. 5C, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for September 2024. 5D, acknowledge Public Information Act request, October through November 2024. And that's it. That was quick. Thank you, Liz.
You only need a few letters of the alphabet.
Does any board member wish to pull an individual item? Having heard none, do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I move to accept the consent agenda items for approval.
Motion. Motion has been made by Linda Duncan and seconded by Joshua Bright. Are there any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 6, closed session. Board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following section of Texas Open Meeting Act. 6A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultations with legal counsel as necessary to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. 6B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of employee or employees. B1, discussion regarding termination of Chapter 21 probationary contract employee or employees. B2, discussion regarding proposed termination of Chapter 21 term contract employee or employees. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. 6D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0821, deliberation regarding public school students. So it is 8:20, and we'll now convene to closed session.
Recess.
10:19, and we will now reconvene to the open session. The board will take appropriate action on items if necessary as discussed in closed session. Item 7A, possible action on professional personnel, including appointment, employment, evaluation, assignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public employee or employees. Item 7.1, public action regarding termination of Chapter 21 probationary contract by an employee.
Mr. President, I move to approve the termination of the Chapter 21 probationary contract employee as discussed in closed session.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bryce to approve item 7A1. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by William Dwyer. Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed, 6-0. There will be no action taken on item 7A2. Move on to item 8, action items. 8A, approval of annual comprehensive financial report for the year ending June 30, 2024, and Liz will present.
Good evening again, Dr. Behill, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Behill. This is our annual financial report ending June 30th, 2024. It is due by the end of November to TEA, and I have our auditor here, Daniel Hebert. You probably maybe have met him before, so he's going to do a quick presentation for y'all.
Well, good evening, members of the board. My name is Daniel Hebert. I'm Managing Director with Crow LLP, the district's independent audit firm. Just going to go through a couple of key pieces of information from your financial report and then take any questions you all might have. Before I begin, I do want to give my sincere gratitude to Liz, Perla, Sally, the entire finance team. It takes a true team effort to get this done every year in the short time frame that we have to do it. Obviously, Liz coming in just a couple months fresh, having to deal with her auditor. Really do appreciate all the help that they've given us this year in getting this completed. You've got a great finance team here at the district, so I'm very happy to work with them. So first, I'm going to start on page 11 of our report. Page 11 is our independent auditor's report, otherwise known as our opinion letter. I am pleased to say we've issued an unmodified opinion on the district's financial statements as the highest level of assurance that we can give that the district's financial statements are materially correct and that all of your required disclosures under GAAP have been made. In other words, it's a clean opinion. It's what you want to hear. We'll go back to page number 23. Page number 23 is our statement of net position, otherwise known as a balance sheet. This financial statement is presented on a full accrual basis of accounting, so all of the district's long-term items such as capital assets, long-term liabilities, etc. are presented on this financial statement. Here I'll just point out that between governmental and business type activities, the district ended the year with total assets of about $330 million, total liabilities of about $317 million, and an overall ending net position of about $15.3 million. If we go back to page number 25, page number 25 is that same type of financial statement, a balance sheet. However, this is presented on a modified accrual basis of accounting. Those long-term items like your capital assets, long-term liabilities are not presented on this financial statement. This is much more akin to the basis of accounting on which you would adopt your budget. Here I'll just point out that the general fund, the main operating fund of the district, ended the year with total assets of about $47 million, total liabilities of about $9.7 million, and an overall ending total fund balance of about $35 million. And then if we go back to page number 27, we'll see our statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, otherwise known as an income statement. Again, presented on that modified accrual basis of accounting, look very similar to your budget. Here I'll just point out again the general fund, that main operating fund of the district, ended the year with total revenues of about $77.7 million, total expenditures of about $77.9 million, leading to a slight decrease in your fund balance of about $201,000, leaving you with that ending fund balance of about $35 million. As a general indicator of financial health, we look at that ending fund balance number, like to see about 3 to 6 months worth of operating expenditures included in that fund balance. So I'm pleased to say that that $35 million represents about 44% of your overall operating expenditures for the year, about 5.5 months. So with that, take any questions that you all might have. I know it was quick fire and we're late, so if you have questions, feel free to pass them along to the staff. I'm happy to answer.
Do board members have any questions?
I got mine answered on the email.
Thank you for probably the report.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Liz.
Yes, I want to say one thing. I just want to thank the business office. with me coming in April, Perla was over a lot of this, and I was in the middle of Prop A. So Perla and Sally really had to step up, and the audit is a representation of our entire district. So thank you so much to the business office and all of the other district leadership, Dr. Behill and the superintendent leadership team, because it covers everybody. So not just business, yes. So, and thank you to Daniel. He's been great to work with, so.
Good job, business officer.
Thank you. Do we hear a motion to approve item 8A?
Make a motion to approve item 8A,
A.
the comprehensive financial report.
Second.
Motion has been made by Grace Mueller and second by Joshua Bright to approve item 8A, approval of the annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended June 30, 2024. Are there any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. Item 8D, consider and approve. 8B, consider and approve delegating authority to Elizabeth Oates, the Chief Financial Officer, to execute said easements and all other documents and instruments necessary for the property to complete the grant of easements at the property located on 1005 East Silent Street, Seguin, Texas.
Thank you. This is a repeat of what we did for the easement that was here for Oak Park Mall. I believe it was back in May or June. It's the same idea. This is for our transportation facility construction. This was part of a bond project, and there are 2 easements. They're very simple. One's for a sidewalk and one's for a detention pond at that site. This just gives me authority to sign so that we don't have to wait for a board meeting to approve those easements. But I will work with our council to make sure that the district is good. And I'll also pass it with Dr. Behill.
Mr. President, I move to approve delegating authority to Elizabeth Oates, the Chief Financial Officer, to execute said easements and all other documents and instruments necessary for the property to complete the grant of easements at the property located at 1005 East 7th Street, Seguin, Texas.
Motion has been made to approve item 8B by Linda Duncan and second by Denise Crittenden. Are there any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And now moving to action item 8C. Consider approval and naming of the Seguin High School baseball and softball complex.
Mr. President, I move that we name the Seguin High School baseball softball complex Matador Legends Ballpark.
Second.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright and second by William Dwyer to approve action item 8C. All in favor, raise.
Wait, I
discussions?
would like to discuss.
Discussions.
I just want to thank everyone who took the time, both times that we put it to the public, to name this historic complex. Thank you so much. And we got a lot of great input, and we're excited about naming this complex. And I guess we can discuss that name now. There were so many names of folks that were instrumental here in Seguin High School and went on in their careers in baseball specifically. And I agree, Josh, with naming the complex. And even in some folks that came and spoke to us at our last meeting from the class of 1960, appreciate that input too of how we should just give a name to the complex. And we took that to heart, and I can understand why you want to name the complex. So I like it. Could you say the name again?
I would love to. Matador Legends Ballpark.
Is there any further discussions?
So with naming the ball complex, the Legends Ballpark, we want to come up with the idea of plaques representing these people who have been the legends of Matador baseball, and so we are going to move forward with the placking, if you will. I know that we talked about a plaque for the whole team for the 1960 state champs. They're going to get their own plaque. There's a few individuals who are going to get their own plaques. Ms. Crediton, you know those people's names?
So we're looking at Patek and Hartenstein.
To begin with, and that's part of like the great thing. We're looking at the sides of the dugouts and for putting the plaques up, and then any other places we're looking at recommendations from the architect for good places to put these plaques up. But yeah, it's gonna be legendary.
You've been waiting all night to say that, haven't you?
And that's, as Joshua Bright mentioned, well-deserved plaque for the 1960 state championships baseball team. It's been a long time waiting, and we're happy that they're finally going to get recognized.
Also, might be an opportunity for us to work with the sports boosters. I know that they have their wall of honor that is at Goldie Harris Gym, and they usually induct a couple of people every year into the Hall of Fame. And so maybe we could partner with them moving forward to help us with those plaques and naming of people who would be deserving. And they're always willing to work with us, so hopefully we can continue that as well.
Is there any further discussions? All in favor? Raise your right hand. Motion passed, 6-0. Move on to item 8D. Consider approval and naming of the softball field for the Seguin High School baseball and softball complex.
Mr. President, I move to amend, sorry, I can't see the motion, so it's hard for me to read. Thank you. I move to amend and consider approval of naming the softball batting cage complex.
So you want to strike out, so amend.
Want to strike out field and
Insert.
replace it with batting cages. Sorry. Names the Chloe Belichick batting cages. Sorry, that was a terrible motion. It's really hard for me to do.
Second.
So the motion has been made to amend item 8D, which would read consider approval and naming of the softball batting cage to Chloe Belichick. Any discussions? Any discussions?
We have to do the amendment first and then approve it. Is
But we
that
still have to
correct?
vote on the amendment. And then we vote on that actual.
Well, the amendment would be for the new name.
For striking out baseball field and inserting batting
Batting
cages.
cages.
So now
Do I hear a motion to amend item 8D?
You have a motion, you have a second.
Do I have a second?
So we have to vote on the amendment and then on the motion.
So we're discussing the amendment.
The first one.
Just amending it to batting cages.
All in favor?
Well, I would like to discuss it. The amendment. Or do you want to amend it and then discuss it?
I think we can amend it and then discuss it.
Okay.
So we're voting to amend item 8D to read consider approval of the naming of the softball field, changing it to, striking out field and putting in batting cage to Chloe. What do you mean by Chloe?
Batting cages.
Batting cages.
All
All in discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0.
the amendment
Amendment
passed
So now we're gonna vote for
in motion, the amended motion.
the amended motion for item 8D, once again, to change the naming of the softball field to batting cage. Voting Belichick.
Right. So, Mr. President, I move to approve the naming of the softball batting cages in memory of Chloe Belichick.
Second.
Motion has been made by Denise Gritton and second by Duncan to make the change to item 8D to insert batting cage for Chloe Belichick. Are there any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was gonna say, something, what we talked about, or what the reason that I presented it this way is, I feel like, a lot of times, you know, the fields get, they're playing a game. But if we learned anything about Chloe, it was the hard work, that made her so special. And the hard work happens in those back cages. The hard work is what people never get to see. It's all those hours that you put in before you do what you do on the fields. And so I just thought that was a fitting place to pay back.
Ready to vote. So now we'll move on to item 8D.
Vote on it.
For just a discussion. Once again, we'll make, do I hear a motion? Do I get a vote? All in favor? Motion passed 6-0. Item 8E, consider approval and name of baseball field of the Seguin High School baseball and softball complex. Do we hear a motion?
Well, I think that we might follow suit here, since we're naming the batting cages in the fields for Chloe Belichick. We received a lot of nominations for Manuel Rodriguez. I knew Mr. Rodriguez. He was a staunch supporter of softball and baseball. And again, he taught so many of our young people growing up. And I'm sure that same hard work was important to him as well. And I think we should honor him in the same way. So I move to amend the baseball field, striking out baseball field and inserting baseball batting cages. To read, approving of the naming of the baseball batting cages in memory of Manuel Rodriguez.
Motion has been made to amend item 8E to strike out field and add batting cages for Manuel Rodriguez.
Second.
Second by Grace Wheeler. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. The amendment passed 6-0. So now it's amendment for 8E is rewritten. Consider approval and naming of the baseball batting cage is Manuel Rodriguez. Do we hear a motion?
Mr. President, I move to approve the naming of the baseball batting cages, Seguin, in memory of Manuel Rodriguez.
Motion has been made. Do I hear a second? Motion has been made by Joseph Bright and second by William Gerard. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand.
Just to echo what Ms. Duncan said during the amendment, recognizing all of the people that were, all of the community's input, Mr. Rodriguez, I didn't know him, but I know that there was a very large portion of this community who his influence, starting with the Little League and all the way up to the high school, has just been super impressive. And but I do know coaching, and as a coach, I know that the biggest thing is the hard work. Like playing in the game is showing all that hard work that we put into it. And so by naming the batting cages where all the hard work takes place at to get ready for the game, I really think that is the best way to serve his memory.
Are there any further discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. And just to add to that, I requested for the district to give us some dots on the highlights of the individuals that were nominated for the field. And I'll go over Manuel Rodriguez, which includes helped establish Seguin High School and Seguin Little League fast pitch softball programs, coached youth in Seguin on various teams for more than 15 years, including Little League fast pitch softball, played for local teams including SMI Steelers, Seguin White Sox, and Seguin Aztecs, served in the U.S. Air Force, a member of the Seguin High School Wall of Honor. And of course, for Corey Belichick, would have been a senior at Seguin High School this year. He played softball and volleyball at Seguin High School. Family has been involved with softball and baseball in Seguin for several years, and there were several submissions we received, at the impact that she had on people across the community.
She started a movement, Chloe Strong, play like Chloe, be like Chloe, and I've seen that even from football players to volleyball players and moving into softball. I had an opportunity to even interview some cross-country runners as part of my job, and they even spoke to it. It means a lot to the students, and they are carrying on her memory and her strength and her hard work and her determination, and I'm just so proud that we will honor her in this way.
Thank you, Lynn. We'll now move on to action item 8F, official ballot to cast votes for the Board of Directors for the Guadalupe Appraisal District for 2025 term and a resolution for the submission. The Guadalupe County Appraisal District Board of Directors election is conducted in December. Seguin ISD Board may cast their 794 votes for one candidate or divide votes among any member of candidates. So there are several candidates that were submitted by the Board of Directors for the Guadalupe Appraisal District. And the 790 votes, we can either assign them to one individual or split it. And my recommendation would be to, or I guess I would make a move to have the 790 votes go towards Joshua Bright, Seguin ISD.
Was that a motion? I second the motion.
Motion has been made by Alejandro Guerra and second by Linda Duncan, excuse me, to approve the Board of Directors, the 790 votes to go to Joshua Bright, which will be representing Seguin ISD. Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed 6-0. Now we're gonna move to the item 8G, discussion and possible action to reorganize and select board of officers. According to Education Code 11.061C, the board shall elect officers at the first meeting after each election. In addition to the required post-election organization, the board may also organize at other times. So I would just like to make a quick comment before I start the process, that I will no longer be in the nomination process for president. So having said that, we'll do the president first, we'll do them one at a time, president, vice president, and secretary. Do I hear a motion to, or do I hear a nomination from the floor?
Mr. President, I nominate Denise Crediton as the next president of Seguin ISD School Board.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright. Do I hear a second? Are there any other nominations for president? Congratulations, Denise. We gotta go on.
Mr. President, I move to elect Denise Crediton as president of the Seguin ISD School Board.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright and second by Linda Duncan to approve Denise Crediton as president for the school board. The next item is for vice president. Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed. Congratulations, Denise. The next officer's position is for vice president.
I nominate Linda Duncan as vice president of the board of trustees.
I accept the nomination.
Are there any more nominations for vice president? Do I hear a motion to accept Linda Duncan as the vice president?
I move that we accept Linda Duncan as the vice president for Seguin ISD Board.
Second.
Motion has been made by Grace Mueller and seconded by Joshua Bright to approve Linda Duncan as the vice president. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed, 5-0. And Linda Duncan abstains. So now the last officer's position that we have is the secretary.
I nominate Grace Mueller to be our secretary.
Maybe I'll accept if you'll say my name right now.
Oh, Miller, sorry.
Thank you.
Miller.
Miller.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
Are there any more nominations for the position of secretary?
Mr. President, I move to elect Grace Miller as our secretary, Seguin Independent School District Board of Trustees.
I second.
Motion has been made by Linda Duncan and seconded by Denise Crediton to approve Grace Mueller. As secretary. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand, your right hand. Motion passed, 6-0. Congratulations.
Alejandra, I'd like to say thank you for your service. I've only been on here this year, but I've enjoyed your leadership and you've taught me a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to echo that. Thank you, Alejandro, and thank you, Linda, for being the secretary. And Carl's not here, but I've watched him do his duties as well. And I think we've had some excellent officers. We've been really blessed, and I'm very thankful for it.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 9, any board comments and reports? I just had one quick comment for the board in general, and specifically the officers. During these times, we're experiencing several challenges throughout the district, and it's real easy to get wound up with Facebook, what I call Facebook peeps. So a lot of times, it's good, Facebook in general is a good social platform to pass good information, but there are times when there's a toxic environment that can easily overshadow all the good things that are going on in this district. So just be aware of that, and I'm sure they'll get plenty of training for taking the proper steps on how to deal with the toxic environments that are being created right now in the district.
I do have a request. Based off of some feedback and what I saw at the presentation last night, I would like to see the P3 button itself be back on the splash page, on the main page. I know that we had one where it's safety and security, and then we have a little click here thing. But I think it's very important that we have this P3 button up in front for everybody to instantly be able to go to for all of the reasons that P3 is there for reporting. So I'm requesting that we put that back on the main page.
I think it's already on there. No, it's not on there?
No, sir.
Moving to, any more requests, comments? Moving to item 10, meeting to adjourn. Do we hear a motion?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright to adjourn the meeting, second by William Dwyer. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed, 6-0.
Good job, everybody. High fives all around.
There are 2 resolutions that the entire board needs to sign. If y'all can meet with Linda, she's got the resolutions.